On this episode of Lingkod Bayan Diaries, ating tunghayan ang kwento ng isa sa ating mga honor awardees.
To be a CSC Pag-asa Group Awardee is such an honor. Hindi namin siya inasahan, so we just wanted to put names on the innovations na naibigay namin sa Davao de Oro. Ako po si Joycel R.O.D., Provincial ICT Officer ng Provincial Government of Davao de Oro, Team Leader ng eGov Technical Team.
I'm George Danhil M. Duran, Computer Programmer 3.
Ako po si Mr. Wilfredo M. Galagala, Information Technology Officer 2.
Ako po si Antonio Isimeni, Information Technology Officer 2.
Ako po si Antonio Salarda Jr., Computer Maintenance Technologist 2.
Kay eGov Technical Team are employees of the Provincial ICT Office of the Provincial Government of Davao de Oro. So kami yung gumagawa ng mga systems and innovations and nagsusupport din sa mga na-implement na mga systems sa iba't ibang departamento ng probinsya. Marami kaming projects, actually our systems number up to 40. Especially during the pandemic, so doon talaga nakita on how useful ICT was. During that time, challenge talaga yung team to produce projects to sustain yung online na operations. So on our part, we tried exploring open source technology. Tapos marami kaming ina-explore na networks. So first yung system is yung Call the Doc. It's a teleconsulting system na na-implement during the COVID. When the OPD services, yung outpatient department services were stopped, nag-resort to teleconsulting. Another project mentioned is yung COVID testing information system. So just like any typical molecular laboratory na systems, ito ay data bank ng mga specimens na tinitest, tapos nagbibigay yung system ng result ng mga test. During pandemic, nagamit talaga siya kasi kailangan validated yung result, so QR coded yung aming test result. Isang very challenging project namin is yung household profiling and needs assessment. So kailangan merong list ng mga possible recipients ng bigas, and then wala kaming updated list nun. So, kailangan in 1 month's time makaproduce kami ng system kasi magro-roll out ng survey sa buong probinsya. Nag-try akong mag-tap sa isang UN organization, yung UNDP. Tapos, nag-request ako kung pwede ba kaming turuan on how to do survey using Kobo Collect. And we were blessed, kahit wala kaming formal agreement, no monetary considerations, tinuruan nila kami. And in 1 month's time, na-produce namin yung app. And then after that, dire-diretso na po. Hindi rin namin ma-imagine na in 6 months' time, nakandak yung survey using employees only of the provincial government. So nakamobilize kami ng mga 200 plus enumerators. Talagang nilibot yung entire province, 236 barangays, bahay-bahay yan. Tapos nakuha namin yung data with maps. Na mapping namin yung mga households. So, and very appreciated po yung output ng systems. Kami nasa LGU, na-feel namin yung need na dapat ma-institutionalize yung ICT departments. Nasa digital age na tayo, so hindi pwedeng hindi tayo mag-upgrade or mag-adapt ng ICT. So basically yung ICT, nagagamit siya para ma-optimize yung ating mga processes. Aside from that, yung interconnectivity, interoperability ng different offices, napapadali yun through ICT. So, talagang dapat i-leverage yung ICT ng any organization, not just the government. Kung mapansin nyo, lahat ng developed countries is naka-leverage talaga sila sa ICT. Maraming magaling sa Philippines, medyo may problema lang tayo dun sa interconnectivity and interoperability kasi parang nangyari, parang kanya-kanya yung mga LGUs, kanya-kanyang innovations. And if you can see from the national, paiba-iba yung mga systems hanggang dun sa baba. So, yun din isa sa panawagan namin, sana magkaroon ng uniform na standards and protocols in developing systems para hindi masayang yung mga efforts ng mga nasa baba. Okay, my message to my fellow public servants, so let us continue to be a gift. Di ba, pag gift ka, maganda ka, mapapasaya mo yung recipient, kay magiging useful ka sa recipient. So, isa lang yun sa palagi kong isinasa puso, no?
Continue to adapt to the change, especially in ICT innovation. Even though marami tayong challenges na related to it, just continue to adapt to the ever-changing progress in technology.
Kaya ang masabi ko lang sa mga kawani ng gobyerno, kung trabaho tayo, gawin natin talaga yung nasa puso natin.
Gawin mo lang ang dapat mong gawin upang kung ano mang gusto mong maitulong para sa bayan.
Na patuloy lang natin ang ating mga mabubuting gawain sa gobyerno para sa ating mga kababayang Pilipino.
Kami ang EGOV Technical Team ng Davao de Oro at ito ang aming kwentong lingkod bayani.
Inyong natunghayan ang kwento ng ating lingkod bayani. Kung ikaw ay may kilalang lingkod bayani, maaari siyang i-nominate sa Honor Awards Program ng Civil Service Commission. For nomination procedures, go to www.csc.gov.ph. See you on the next episode of Lingkod Bayan Diaries.
Good day to all of you. On behalf of the University Registrar's Office, I welcome everyone warmly. As the head of this esteemed institution, I am privileged to introduce our office and share the valuable services we provide. The University Registrar's Office serves as the administrative heart of our university, functioning as a central hub for academic records, student enrollment, and course registration. We are dedicated to supporting the success of our students and personnel by ensuring the smooth operation of all educational processes. Our mission as an academic unit, the University Registrar's Office, will be taking care of the enrollment, graduation, and records management as it takes custody of academic records of all graduates and the issuance of official academic documents of students and graduates. Whether you are a current student, a prospective applicant, a faculty member, or an alumnus, our dedicated team is here to assist you. From guiding you through the enrollment process to helping you access and maintain your academic records, we are committed to providing exceptional service with efficiency and professionalism. In addition to our core responsibilities, we are continually strive to improve our services by embracing technological advancements and streamlining our operations. We aim to enhance accessibility, transparency, and convenience for all clients, allowing you to focus on what matters most, your education and intellectual growth. As University Registrar, I am honored to lead a team of talented professionals passionate about supporting your academic journey. We understand the challenges and aspirations of higher education and are dedicated to serving as your trusted partner throughout your time at our university. In closing, I extend my heartfelt welcome once again. The University Registrar's Office is here to assist, inspire, and empower you as you embark on your intellectual endeavors. We look forward to collaborating with you and contributing to your success in every possible way. Thank you, and may this be the beginning of a remarkable academic journey for each of you as a university for humanity.
morning, everyone. We will start in 5 minutes.
Good morning, Bicol University. Are you ready to ignite a conversation about the future of business? Because that's exactly what we're here for today. Business isn't just about making money, it's about making a positive impact. We will delve into the exciting world of sustainable business and ethical leadership where profit meets purpose. By the way, we are live here at Bicol University Aquilino Bonto Building, Legazpi City, Philippines, through the Communications and Public Relations Office via Facebook Live. My name is Abby, and I am with Riza for the fireside chat with our adept and seasoned speaker from Vives University of Applied Sciences, Belgium.
Absolutely, Abby. We're incredibly fortunate to have a true industry leader gracing our stage today for this fireside chat. Professor Valerie Ritz is a renowned expert in the field of sustainable business and ethical leadership. So buckle up, grab a question, and get ready to be inspired by our incredible speaker.
To our participants here in the amphitheater and live via Facebook, we're excited to have you participate in this activity. If you have any comments, messages, or questions for Professor Valerie Ritz, you may reserve them for later or leave them in the comment section. We will check them out during the fireside chat. A huge thank you to our partner, Vives University of Applied Sciences. Their dedication to sustainability and ethical leadership is truly commendable.
For those of you just arriving, welcome. Don't worry about the registration because our team is available at the back to register you quickly. While registration wraps up, let's waste no time and dive into today's fireside chat.
To formally start the program, let us all stand for the opening prayer. Please remain standing for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem and Bicol University hymn. Professor Gemma Sarte conducting.
As freshness of your spirit, that out of confused issues may come simplicity of plan, that out of fear may come confidence, that out of hurry may come deliberation, that out of frustration may come guidance. Let us get to all one, not head first, but heart first. May we be able to disagree without being disagreeable, to differ without being difficult, to be honest without tension, and frank without offense. In an atmosphere of team spirit. Amen.
This is the school we wish to see. Of a school to honor and reveal.
You may now be seated. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Pwede bang mas malakas na good morning? Good morning, everyone. Okay, to officially kick off this momentous occasion, it's my distinct honor to introduce the esteemed Dean of the College of Business, Economics, and Management, and the Director of the International Relations Office, demonstrating his incredible commitment to both academic excellence and fostering global connections. Friends, please join me in a warm welcome for Dr. Dimson M. Rivero.
Thank you, Ritz. With immense pleasure and genuine enthusiasm, I extend my warm and heartfelt welcome to every one of you to our fireside chat on sustainable business and ethical leadership. Today marks a pivotal movement where we converge, not merely as participants, but as active agents in shaping the future landscape of business, economics, and management. Actually, this event is more than just an academic gathering. It represents a beacon of collaboration and innovation fostered through the International Faculty Mobility Program between Vives University of Applied Sciences in Belgium and our dear Bicol University. It symbolizes the potent force of global partnerships in reaching our educational tapestry and expanding the horizons of our collective intellect in ways that resonate deeply. In the prospect of higher education, internationalization is not merely a trend, it is a necessity. It serves as a dynamic catalyst that enriches the fabric of learning, infusing it with diverse perspectives, methodologies, and cultural nuances. It also cultivates us in the essential skills of adaptability and cross cultural collaboration, preparing us to navigate the interconnected webs of the modern world with finesse and empathy. Today, we are actually honored to host Professor Valerie Reitz, my dear friend, a luminary in her field from Vives University of Applied Sciences. Her presence among us epitomizes the spirit of global exchange and collaboration that lies at the heart of our academic pursuits. Through her insights and expertise, we are poised to embark on a transformative journey of exploration and enlightenment. As we board on this collective journey of discovery, let us not lose sight of the profound importance of sustainable business practices and, of course, ethical leadership. In an era defined by rapid change and increasing interconnectedness, these principles serve as our moral compass, guiding us toward a future that is both prosperous and equitable. Sustainable business practices are not merely a choice, they are imperative for the preservation of our planet and the well being of future generations. Similarly, ethical leadership is the cornerstone upon which trust, integrity, and societal impact are built within the business realm. I appeal to each one of you to actively engage in today's dialogue, to share your perspectives, and to glean wisdom from our esteemed resource speaker. Let us seize this invaluable opportunity to deepen our understanding and, of course, fortify our commitment to effecting positive change in the world through responsible business practices and ethical leadership. May this fireside chat serve as a catalyst, igniting a fervent passion within us all, propelling us towards our respective journeys as ambassadors of change and steadfast champions of sustainability. Your presence is not just appreciated, it is indispensable. For it is through our collective efforts that we shall forge a brighter, a more inclusive future for our generations to come. Let's go beyond the best in our vision to become a university for humanity. Lovely morning.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rivero. Indeed, sustainable business is not a mere choice, but rather imperative. Your kind words, Dr. Rivero, truly set the tone for a wonderful day ahead.
On behalf of Bicol University's SUC President 4, Dr. Baby Boy Benjamin T. Nebris III, our leader who is championing sustainability for humanity, help me welcome once again Dr. Dimson M. Rivero to read the President's message.
Thank you so much, Abby and Riza. It is my pleasure actually to deliver the heartfelt message of our university president. He is actually in an equally important commitment with another university in the region. Allow me to read his message. To our friends from Vives University of Applied Sciences in Belgium, especially our guest professor, Valerie Ritz, fellow administrators and staff, good morning. In Og Mandina's best-selling inspirational book, The Greatest Salesman in the World, one of the scrolls out of the 10 that contains the secret of becoming the greatest salesman in the world reflects the essence of today's fireside chat. Scroll number 10 says, multiply your value every day. To succeed in anything simply means you have to create several better versions of yourself. This means allowing others to grow in basically the same manner and direction as you. It doesn't mean you have to create your clones. It means you have to multiply your worth by spreading your competence. This is part of sustainable practices and ethical leadership. This is precisely what this is about. Having this fireside chat is a way of multiplying the value of becoming good entrepreneurs, of instilling the competence of being great at what you do, of furthering developing your entrepreneurial minds. But in the same book, it also said, to learn and master anything, one has to pay the price in time and concentration until it becomes part of one's personality and habit in living. This means it is not an overnight thing. Mastering the art of becoming good and better entrepreneurs require constant effort. It means ensuring that the entrepreneurial mindset has to be so ingrained in you, in the BU-wenyos, especially that it becomes like your second skin. It develops us into it develops into a habit and becomes a part of who you are. It becomes your gauge in ethical leadership. To quote one of those philosophies from an organization of young Christian businessmen, be honest, even if others are not, even when others will not. This should be at the core of our practice. I am happy and grateful that we have initiative such as this, one as a way of sharing expertise and mentoring. After all, you are the prime movers of developing and directing the development of an entrepreneurial mindset. Let's open our hearts and minds as well to do ethical business, to build sustainable business, and to generate employment by setting sights on the development of entrepreneurial mind grounded on the principles of ethical leadership. Thank you to the organizers and my commendations on everyone who made this fireside chat possible. Congratulations, Diyos Mabalos po.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rivero, for saying our president's insightful and inspiring words. His message undoubtedly resonated with all of us.
We are also thrilled to have the representative of the Vice President for Academic Affairs to give us a message. On behalf of Dr. Maria Julieta B. Borres, let us all welcome Dr. Mark Harris Lee.
Fellow members of the Bicol University family, students, a pleasant morning to everyone. Today, I am representing our dear Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. Julieta B. Borres, who is actually celebrating his birthday and actually spending an equally important matter for today. Allow me to give you an inspirational message. As we gather here today to discuss the crucial intersection of sustainable business and ethical leadership, I am reminded of my journey as the former ecotourism focal person of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. I also dealt with several projects relative to United Nations in terms of the plastic litter here in Legazpi City, wherein there's a platform in having series of capacity buildings for livelihood components for their community champions, people's organizations, fostering a community that aside from establishing businesses in their respective areas of responsibilities in barangays, this livelihood and business are also answering a call relative to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals on life on land and life below water. I witnessed firsthand the delicate balance between economic development and environmental conservation. It became evident to me that sustainable business practices are not just desirable, but imperative for long-term well-being of our planet and future generations. As leaders, we bear the responsibility of ensuring that our business endeavors prioritize environmental stewardship and social responsibility. Today, my dear students who are participants in this event, I am encouraging you to at least engage yourself with student activities and at the same time organizations. I remember when I was the student regent of Bicol University. I was a former student council officer. I have experienced firsthand my take in terms of leadership and at the same time how I maneuver things, particularly in challenges inside the student council. These things and values that you may learn would eventually help you in dealing with your professional journey as you graduate here in Bicol University. My experience as a student leader at Bicol University instilled in me the values of integrity, empathy, and inclusivity. I learned that true leadership is not about wielding power, but about serving others with humility and compassion. It taught me the importance of listening to diverse perspectives, fostering collaboration, and upholding ethical standards in all endeavors. In today's world, ethical leadership is more crucial than ever. It requires us to make decisions that benefit not only our bottom line, but also the society as a whole. It entails transparency, accountability, and commitment to doing what is right, even when faced with adversity. As we navigate this landscape of business, as future business people, at the same time engage with business corporations or groups, let us remember that sustainability and ethical leadership go hand in hand. Let us strive to build business that not only thrive financially, but also contribute to positively to our communities and environment. Together, let us forge a path towards a brighter and more sustainable future. Let us remember that in business, sustainability and ethical leadership are not just buzzwords, but guiding principles that shape our actions and decisions. Thank you, and let's have a pleasant morning.
Thank you for the wonderful message, Dr. Lim. We couldn't agree more that ethical leadership is more crucial than ever. Your insights were truly engaging.
Everyone, to introduce our esteemed guest speaker today, let's warmly welcome someone who plays another vital role in the College of Business, Economics, and Management, the Associate Dean, Professor Sheila B. Desuyo.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Are we excited for this morning? Okay, yes. Today, we are honored to be in the company of highly esteemed program coordinator and lecturer who boasts a rich background in market research. And as a retail advisor in banking and insurance sectors, we present to you Professor Valerie Ritz, the program coordinator and lecturer at Vives University. She holds undergraduate degree in applied economic sciences from the University of KU Leuven, Kortrijk, and education from the Vives University Kortrijk. Further, she has a postgraduate degree in applied economic sciences from the University of Antwerp, where she graduated with honors. With more than a decade of experience in research and education, Professor Ritz has been an integral part of various research initiatives and projects with STEAM institutions such as ITS University in Surabaya, Indonesia, INCEE, BBA University in France, Hochschule Waldu in Germany, Blended Initiative Program, Sustainable Business Arena in Kortrijk, Belgium, among others. However, what truly sets her apart are not just her professional accomplishment. Professor Ritz is a fervent advocate for educating the future generation. Her captivating speaking style and her ability to resonate with audiences of diverse backgrounds make her a source of inspiration to many. Today, Professor Ritz will be imparting her knowledge and insights on sustainable business and ethical leadership. Prepare to be inspired and enlightened. Let us extend our warm welcome to our friend from Vives University who had been already developed a fondness for the Philippines and of course for the Filipinos. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Professor Valerie Ritz. Ma'am?
So good morning, everyone. I'm really glad that I already have met some of you in the classes. So I'm really also excited to share some insights on sustainability, of course, here. So, yes, thank you so much. So they invited me here to talk about sustainable business, but also on ethical leadership. You already got quite some nice words from other professors on this subject. But actually, what the most important thing is that you have to remind that it's not a choice. It's an obligation. It's also something that has to be inside of you. Okay, so maybe we can start. Yes. So as my dear colleague and friend, can I say, in the meantime, Dr. Sheila already told me, this is actually some part of my resume. So especially today, what I'm talking about the blended intensive program I did on sustainable business and ethical leadership. So this was actually a program also with other European partnering schools, being in Germany, Technical Hochschule Germany in Berlin, and then also BBA in SEC from Bordeaux, France. So of course, we were actually the main leader in this program. So please continue. Yes. So what I'm going to give you actually is like some kind of content. So I will talk in 4 parts in my presentation. But I think it's actually not really on a presentation. I also want you to be part of it because I have also some questions for you. Some questions, so I would like everyone to participate in the questions I will have also in my presentation. So let's first, of course, talk about the sustainability and the SDGs. Yes. Okay, so part 1. Okay, so everyone. So I would like you all to think about what words actually do you associate with sustainability. So please, students, if somebody can give an answer, raise your hand or maybe pass the mic. So what is the first word or other words that you think about when you hear we talk or us talking about sustainability? Don't be shy. Yes, thank you. One of my students I had, and he's coming to Belgium, I heard. So this is really nice. Thank you so much.
So good morning, everyone. Good morning, Professor. Every time I heard about the word sustainability, I always think of the word responsibility. In order for us to be sustainable, we need to be responsible with all our actions in order for us to really achieve the sustainability and to be sustainable in this world and for every actions that we will make in the future.
Yes, thank you. Very good answer. Thank you, Anne, very much. Somebody else, please? It's not all about responsibility. Yes, yes, thank you.
Good morning, Madam. When I think of the word sustainability, I think about recycling because sustainability is all about maintaining the world, maintaining the environment, and just in general, being good to our world. Thank
Yes,
you.
thank you so much. Recycling is indeed a very big part of the sustainability ideology. Somebody else? Yes, there is a lady there. You can stand up or maybe come.
Whenever I hear the word sustainability, what comes to my mind is actually protection. We operate businesses without furthering the damages to our natural resources, to our environment. I think about protecting the resources that we get to use to operate our businesses.
Yes, thanks you. Also very good words. Maybe a last one, and then I will give you some insights on what the Belgian students and the German and the French students answered. Last one. Yes, please. Don't be shy, indeed. Okay. Yes, one last. Yeah. Be careful, I will have some other questions, so don't forget it.
Good morning. I associate the word sustainability with two words actually, better future, because I think the main purpose why we work towards a more sustainable world is because we want a better future, not only for us, but also for the generations to come.
Yes, thank you. So good answer. Thank you very much. So maybe hello? Yes. Yes. This is actually a word cloud that we have made up with all of the words that the students of France and Germany and also Belgium said. So you see at the word recycling, you had the word recycling. You see this was the word that was also the most answer in Belgium and in Germany and in France. So thank you so much. You can see green energy, the future. The last girls talked about all about the future. You can see that is also a big word. Ecology, green energy. So you find another word that actually you know. So maybe the next slide. Sorry. Yes. So if we talk about sustainability, automatically we think about ecology. Ecology. So it's actually about the life cycle from production to disposal. So we will not get into all of the text because I think it's the essential is about the life cycle from production to actually disposal. So these next slides. I'm quite a person with some pace, so I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So now actually let us get into sustainable business. Because the first word was sustainability, but now let's talk about business as an essential. So actually, if we think about this, we often think about too narrow. It's too narrow and not just focus on the environment. Sustainability and environment is, of course, very important, but don't forget that actually we still have also social and economic issues. Because if you have a business, it has to be profitable. We don't have to forget about all of that, because sometimes people think only about the environment, but still we have to live. And the only thing is how we can actually get into providing for ourselves is also having good businesses. So this is also a part of sustainable business. Yeah? So it actually goes beyond avoiding plastic cups and driving electric cars. So next slide, please. So always think about these three parts: the economic, the environmental, and the social. So to grasp it up, it's important that you think about this. Yes, please. So actually, where does it come from? Everyone knows that economic is at the center of our technical revolution. And actually, we see that the end of the 90s, we were faced with its problems. the problems were that we actually were having mass consumption, and this was a good thing because that way we had a lot of people were willing to buy and were in the possibility to buy things. But it meant also that we had more and more resources being used, and we had more trouble on that. So we said, okay, we see a shift now. We're in the 21st, during the 21st century, we increased the awareness on actually the visible effects. We see it. We see it in our waters. We see it in the sea. We see everywhere is talking about the microplastic, but also we have more and more social problems. The difference between the poor and the rich is getting bigger. So it's actually very important to realize that economic growth is really important, but still we are facing other problems. So one of the problems that we will have to discuss is also the social impact. So we see, if you take you look at Declaration of Human Rights, social is actually justice is very important. If you see on the chart there, you see that inequality is still really, really on the rise. So we want to fight it, but it's still on the rise nowadays. So we see here that if you look at the blocks, the percentage of adults, you see the red is 55%. So we see, but the red is in the second round, the wealth share. So actually, you see there that still the population that is the richest is actually the population from the millennials. So it's actually important to know that we still have a lot of issues, that 12% of the global population has 85% of the global wealth. So this is very important. Environmental, as we said, this is very important, and most of the people automatically think about the ecological and the environmental aspects. But if we see, there's something called like the country overshoot dates. It's always published in the beginning of January 2000, and now it's 2024, of course. So you will see where we're at. We actually, in Europe, we're doing a very bad job. You see there, you can see the second dot is, the date is 23 March of Belgium. So this means if all the people over all the world would be living like we Belgians do, the earth will be out of resources actually in 2 weeks, in 1 week. So this is really a big thing. It means that we are consuming, if we would, all of the people would actually live 1 year just like Belgium, we will need 5 Earths. So this is a bad thing. We are really actually doing a bad job. Yeah? So if we look at other countries that are very important, you see what is the worst is, of course, Qatar. Yeah? So Qatar is doing the worst at the 11th of February. If you look then at, for example, the third dot, we see there's China. Yeah? So because I think it's an important country, you should also realize. So what actually does this graph mean? It means that a lot of, you will see there are also other countries, a lot of European countries are really doing a bad job. We are consuming too much energy. We are consuming too much resources. So we're doing a bad job. So I was looking also where the Philippines was, of course. So you cannot find the real name on it, but I can tell you, I've done the research on it, that you are about in the summer. So you see the dot where Mexico is, and also it's about there that you are. So you're doing a better job than we do, but still it will be in the summer that we use up all your resources if everyone would live like Filipinos. So you see, this is actually a social important thing, and also so on the global footprint, it's really important to realize that Europe is doing actually a very bad job. So I'm actually telling you the truth. So actually, although we have very economic growth, we are doing such a bad job on the environmental aspects. Okay, please. So another question for you. Which are, according to you, the biggest challenges for the next 10 years that will impact business? So think about that. What will companies will be faced in the upcoming 10 years? What are the challenges? I gave you a little glimpse already with my presentation, but please don't hesitate. No one is daring. Oh. The purpose of a chat is to chat. No? Nobody knows? Okay, then maybe then we could just go. So I will give you now the insights that I give. So I think you have missed the message I gave you. Resources. We are using our resources. So you see at the center, what is important is the resources. The resources are really going to be eliminated more and more, is being to be eliminated more and more. Also, another thing is the climate change. We are faced with it. We cannot ignore it anymore. And also the inflation. The inflation is also very important because the rising of the prices means that people are really thinking about your wallet. Your budget is going down. So it means maybe you are really not interested in investing more in sustainability. So this is also a challenge very for the companies. Yes, please. Okay, so the 17 sustainable development goals, they are already have been talked about, but actually it's important maybe to repeat them again, that we know about it. And the United Nations policy drew up a text, and they said, let's take action by 2030. 2030 is not far away. They're already 24, so this means it's really getting close. So everybody, they say, has to play a role in it. The government, the citizens, the businesses. So also the students. Yeah? Okay, yes, please. So it's a little video, so please try to click on the picture, and then you will see yes.
The United Nations is an organization with goals of peace and sustainable development around the world. Their mission is huge, but we're breaking it down in 2 minutes. 17 sustainable development goals. Let's get to them, because the more you know. Look, in some corners of the world today, people are living on $1 a day. Hey, that's not how it ought to be. So go 1, eliminate poverty, and go 2, root out hunger across the globe. There's 800 million people hungry if you want to know. Number 3 is health and well-being, and getting people the health care that they need in. Learning in school are the hard to go for. Education opens up minds and doors. Goal number 5 is empower girls and women so they can have the same rights that men are given. Number 6, people need water that's clean. Poor sanitation can't spread disease. Carbon-free energy is goal number 7. And how to achieve it is a question that's pressing. But if we put our minds together and work hard, we can find a solution, I'm guessing. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bet we make, we gon' have to line it. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bet we make, we gon' have to line it. Now imagine that you work all day for no pay. Economic growth and decent work is goal 8. Goal number 9 is to foster innovation in infrastructure and industrialization. Goal number 10, inequality reduction. 11 is sustainable city construction. 12, well, that's sustainable consumption. So what we use matches up with production. Goal 13 calls for urgent action to combat climate change, because we know what's happening. 14, protect life under seas. 15, protect life on land. Goal 16 is for peace and justice. All over the planet, they're in high demand. And the final goal, number 17, is the critical factor, the heart of the machine. It's the strength in the way we achieve these goals of sustainable development around the globe. Yo, 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bet we make, we gon' have to line it. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bet we make, we gon' have to line it.
So I hope you can really relate to it. It's specially made for you guys, the youth. So it's actually important. Why I'm here? The 17-1 partnerships. See, partnerships are very important. So this is why also it's important that we are. So just click on it. Yes. 17 is a lot to think about. Yeah? It's a lot to think about. So maybe we can actually make it easier to understand and easier to retain. So we can think about, actually, I gave some lessons to several of you on marketing and also the 4 P's you see there also. So, but also other P's you see. People, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership. So I think if you can retain these 5 goals, the 5 P's for sustainability, I think we are already doing a good job. Yes. Okay. It's very complex around the world. I just want to give you also this because it's all not always a positive message we get. So maybe you remember in the month of December we had for the United Nations conference, a big conference on climate change. But it has a lot of controversy because it was held in Dubai. Do you remember my chart I gave you with the word? Who was at the beginning? Dubai. Yes, indeed, Qatar. So this means it was really strange that the oil, most of the oil providing for the whole of the world, they're actually doing such a bad thing. So actually they were holding this United Nations climate change. And also they said human rights there. I remember also they had the World Football Competition. And also there was some controversy on that too. So it means really that we have to really think about it. So sometimes controversy is also on this topic. Okay. So now I talked about the sustainability goals, and now we'll get more into corporate social responsibility. So why do you think business should actually implement this kind of sustainability? So I'm asking again, so I'm hoping I will get some answers. Please participate. Yes, thank you. There.
Will destroy the environment.
Yes, they are the ones that are using these resources. So actually, they should also act on it. Yes, thank you so much. Somebody else? Yes, please, behind you. Just the bottom.
Hello. Yeah, so I do believe that businesses should implement sustainability because of the growing consumer demands and preferences of consumers. Nowadays in the 21st century, people are into sustainable products and services. They are now weighing those products with sustainable and responsible production and manufacturing versus the products that are using those materials that will just contribute to the pollution. So I think it is very important that businesses, us future business people, to really think about sustainability because it will not just give us advantages but also will give back to the community for future sustainability.
Yes, thank you very much for the good answer. Okay, maybe is there someone else?
Yes,
or-
there is someone else.
Okay,
From
yes.
economics. Ms. Angel.
Yes, thank you.
Hello, good morning. I think that the business should implement sustainability because so that there's still a future waiting for us. Businesses use a lot of resources, and if we think of sustainability, we can prevent lack of resources in the future, so that future generation can still have those resources we can have. So if we think sustainability, we should always include the future generation in the process. Thank you.
Yes, I think it's a very good argument that you gave me. You will see because you are actually getting more and more conscious about this. So this means that businesses, if you want to attract these young people, they should also think about that. So please, yes, these are all actually reasons why they should do it. So the brand image is also very important. What is your brand image? But also, like I told you, better employment, because they want to recruit you all, the millennials. You are interested in sustainability. You're conscious about it. So it means you actually also want to work for such a firm. And actually, you want to be proud being working in this kind of company. Of course, compliance and regulations. More and more governments are also investing on it. So they just don't have a choice, but they have to implement it because there are new rules on that. And also, sometimes it's easy to reduce business costs also. If you are, it's a strategic choice, let's say. So if you see, sometimes it's easier and you can reduce costs, but it is not always that way. So this is why also on the last I wrote, then also increased profit is preferably, but actually sometimes it's not that way. Sometimes it costs more also to invest. So we have to realize this also. This is also why economic is one part of sustainable business, because you have to realize you have to be profitable. Maybe not that much, but actually you have to survive as a company. Otherwise, everything will be gone. Oh, yes, thank you. So I'm actually the spokesperson now for Europe. So this means that we are doing a bad job. I already told you that. So I think you already have heard about, because some of the professors here, they asked me, is it true that the farmers are protesting in Europe? Yes, it is. And it's all about one thing, because we had now, since January 23, we have the Green Deal and have more and more directives on that. So it means that we are really want to invest in that as a European Union. And it's actually also so that they have no choice anymore. They have to do it. Okay, so thank you. Business will have to report on that. They will have to report on it. So the CSR directive that is given in whole of Europe and is going to be implemented in Belgium also this year. So it means for their report on next year, they will have to have the impact study on of their products. They have to do it on carbon emissions. Carbon emission is still the biggest thing that pollutes the world. It's about, I think, 60 or 70% of the pollution and of the environmental damage that we are causing. So they have to do the directive on two things: the immediate, so the direct emissions, scope 1, but also indirect emissions, scope 2. I will not get into that because this is a bit complicated, but I want you just to know that actually from next year on, in Belgium, all of the companies are really now getting nervous because they should really look at their supply chain and what kind of emissions that they have, scope 1 and scope 2. This is an obligation. Yes, please. So maybe it's nice to have some companies of good examples. So you can do two things. You can actually try to change your existing company, your existing business, but also actually try some new ones. So I have some examples, Philips and Michelin. So they are actually doing such things like product as a service. I will give you some slides so you can see what is actually you're doing. Also IKEA, everybody knows IKEA. Maybe you don't know Hack. It's vegetable conserving in glass jars, but you will get the picture later on. So they are actually investing in collection service also. So this is changing your existing business. Sometimes it also creates opportunities, opportunities for new businesses. For example, N26 and NFTs. N26 is a bank, you will see it later on. And then NFTs is all about digitalization. If you do everything on the internet, it's sometimes also less polluting. So this helps us. Okay, then you have Browse. It's a really typical Belgian example I will give you. And this is on product deconstruction that they created a new business. Then you have Adidas and H&M. So these are also global examples. And that is, for example, upcycling that they are doing. So yes, please. So I will get into now what is an idea, how you can change your existing business, as, for example, changing your product into a service. So you see there, Philips. Philips is one of the leading companies that also is in lightning bolts. So instead of actually that customers pay for a lightning bolt, they say in businesses, we will get the light, everything, all the time going. So this means they will install the light, but also they will maintain the light, and also they will actually recycle all the globes, all the lightning bolts and units. So it's a good thing, because then they also have a good grasp on the end of life of their product. So another thing is, maybe you know Michelin with the tires. Tires. So the tire manufacturer Michelin does the same, because tires, that costs a lot. Everybody knows that. But instead of actually, and you have to store it also, so maybe you don't have any place to store this. So maybe what they are doing, they are leasing it. I hope everybody knows what is leasing. So they rent out their tires, and you pay an amount for that. Okay, so this is changing your existing business. Another one is IKEA. So IKEA has now a buyback service. So this means, for example, on your products that you have, they have a special department for products that are still in good condition, and give them a second life. So you can drop off your old furniture there, and then they will also sell these things. So then you have some kind of buyback value. So IKEA. Then the glassing jars of Hak in the Netherlands. We also have these products in Belgium, so it's easy. So the glass, they are also, you can, instead of throwing it in the glass container, what you are doing is actually you're taking it back to the store, and then they wash it and they fill it again. So actually for them it's better also. So it's better for the end of life. So new existing businesses, for example, digitalization. Digitalization, this is a bank. This is a bank that started up in Berlin. It's all a digital bank. You only can find it on the internet. There are no, let's say, local stores anymore. So actually, it's only digital, and it's really growing fast with the youth. The students and other youth persons are really interested in a digital bank. So this is also a good example for a business. NFT, fashion. This is more and more. In Europe, we have a lot of fashion shows. We have a lot of fashion shows, but this costs a lot of money. So what they are doing now is actually, instead of actually using the material and making the material, because a lot of these clothing are not worn, it's just for the show, and afterwards they are sometimes recycled, but sometimes not. So it's all about the design of the clothes. So designing the clothes with a NFT is sometimes also a new kind of way how they can do it. And then you have also now virtual fashion shows, so you can follow it also online. So this is an actual product, a new company of Belgium. It's called Browse. Actually, you have to think about all kinds of laundry products. Instead, because if you see, you have the plastic bottle, you have the water in it, and you have also the products in it. So what they are saying, we are going to sell now just a little sheet. And on this sheet, you just have to pour some water. So this water will dissolve the paper, and then you will have so you don't need any storage anymore. You don't need any plastic anymore. And in your laundry and your washing machine, of course, automatically the water comes, so you don't have to do. So it's just the sheets that have the detergents. Yes, thank you. So, not my native country language either, so sometimes I have to look for the vocabulary. So then upcycling, the last example. Adidas also, they have sometimes nice new shoes that are created on actually artists that are doing that, but also H&M. They have H&M conscious, but I will talk that also later. So these are, I think, examples you know. Yes, please. So, because we like you to open up your minds, I just want you to consider also the fact of the greenwashing. Yes, please. So what is greenwashing? Greenwashing is actually, I told you later that one of the reasons that companies are investing in sustainability, it's about their brand image. They want to do a better branding. So this is sometimes the only reason why they do it. So what are they saying, for example, is we know, these are typical companies, we know overall that our activities are bad for the environment, but let's just try to do some things right and then be silent about all the other things that we are doing. So this is actually selling, it's like a marketing scam, let's say, that they are actually doing. Yeah? So look at how important ethics are important for us, but actually it's not that important. Yes, please. I told you H&M conscious is a bit like that. Yeah? You have a lot of fast fashion in the world. So the fast fashion, we have so many clothing are actually thrown away, cheap, but they are investing also in H&M conscious, but it's not weighing enough. Yeah? So they're not doing enough. So this is green coating, we name it. Also, the same thing happened to McDonald's. Eh? McDonald's is still a fast food chain, and it's still polluting a lot. But what they just did is actually changing everything into the color green. Eh? So the color green, and everywhere in the stores it's green. But the core of the products have changed. They changed some things, but not really everything. Another thing is about actually labeling. Eh? Labeling, saying on your packaging, we use the eco language. Eh? You print it out and you see on your bottles that it's always the green color, but also it's bio, it's green. So be careful about this labeling because it's not always genuine. So for example, also Nespresso, the capsules are polluting a lot, are really polluting a lot. We are throwing away all of these capsules. So it's very hard to recycle this. It's aluminum, plastic, it's combination, so they cannot separate this. So to recycle this, it's really a bad thing. So in protecting the environment, yes, think about your product first. So I told you, how can you then find out if it's actually greenwashing they are doing, or actually are they doing the true things, the true investments. So find out some objective data. How can you actually see and search for that? You have to look for trustworthy independent certifications. For example, we have fair trade, we have also B certificated, so eco organic logo. These are really certified. So look for the certified data and certified labels. Yes, please. So my last part of my presentation will be on ethical leadership. I think it's a good thing that we keep it going, the last part. So yes, please. So leadership is very important. It's very important. You can have here several definitions on leadership. But actually, I will just talk about the last one in green. Its simplest form, it said that leadership is influencing other people to follow. So I think this is actually the most important thing. If you have people that are examples for you, that you can follow them. Yes, please. We have, of course, two main forms. We have the traditional leaders, that what they are doing is actually imposing themselves. And they think about the power and the control. So these are boss-centered leaderships. They are very about eco-centered, and all the things that are all about them. So this is not a good thing. The second one is more ethical. It's the servant leaders, yes. And then you see that it has opportunities. It gives you opportunities to the employees, and they let you grow. They give you wings, that we say, and they give you wings to fly and to grow and to evolve. And they often listen to you. They truly listen to you. So what you are saying, you are an important person, and you don't have to be afraid of this person. So understanding is the main thing that they are driven to. Yes. So it's other-centered. Yes. So ethical leadership, I just gave another picture because otherwise you have a lot of ideas on that, of course. But I think the main thing is that you have to focus on, for example, two-way communication. Two-way communication is so important when you are actually a good leader. Yeah? Also, you have to think about upholding the norms and the rules. Do what's right. Maybe not everyone will agree with you, but do what is right. And what is important, that the honesty is actually at the center place of your culture, of your own company. You have to be fair, transparency. Transparency is important. Accountability. So what is actually the center word is also trust. Leaders trust their employees. They have confidence in them, and so, like they say, like I already said, they can grow. Yes, please. Because actually, it's also a good thing for business, because happy employees, yes, have happy customers. And happy customers is happy business and happy shareholders. So in the end, you gain a lot. So that wraps it up for my presentation. So thank you. So I really hope you enjoyed it. So think about the sustainability, also the corporate responsibility, be aware for greenwashing, and also ethical. So transparency, honesty, and trust should be at the heart of you all. Thank you.
That was a fantastic talk filled with knowledge bombs. Don't you agree, everyone? We are incredibly grateful to you, Professor Valerie Ritz, for sharing your wisdom and vision with us today. Your talk was truly enriching, sparking important conversation about integrating responsibility with success.
Riza, you are right on point. Professor Ritz really challenged our thinking and provided a wealth of insights on sustainable business and ethical leadership. The more I get excited with the questions and thoughts of our dear participants. But before we open the floor, a quick reminder to keep your questions concise and respectful. With that said, Professor Ritz is ready for your questions. Fire away. While our participants are still thinking about their questions, okay, let's just have some warm-up questions first, please, right?
Yeah, sure. Pardon me if I mispronounce something, but como se pastesuju of Philippine? I bet you don't understand, but how was your stay? I bet you didn't understand what I said, but como se pastesuju of Philippine?
Très bien. You've told it in French, I think. Okay. Yeah, no problem, no problem. But I know both languages, so I think I will just say what you wanted to say. Hoe was jouw trip hier? Yes. So it's a bit the same. So it was very nice. I really got to know every one of you, and you're all of you in my heart. I will go back to Belgium with all of these warm feelings for you.
Riza here is really wants to learn French. She really wants to learn how to speak French. That's why she's already practicing it. Just a little bit, but I don't want to try it right now. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, may I also ask, from all the experiences that you have this past 2 weeks, I guess, what is the highlight for you?
There are so many highlights. On a professional matter, maybe I will start on that. On a professional matter, I thought it was really nice getting my words and my lectures to the students, because I love to interact. Sometimes I felt it a bit different because you are so shy to talk. So for me, this was really something that I'm not used to. So this was really a highlight to see that I could interact, and we have also the same issues and the same thoughts and the same mindset in students. So actually, don't be afraid. We are all the same. We are all the same. Also, I really like the visit at the Kamote farm. So the cooperation, it really was a very good visit, and I got also to meet some farmers and all about the product. So I will definitely also try to help you on that further and help the farmers here a bit further. On a private matter, I think you know what I mean. We all had a video karaoke night, so this was really fun. So I had really a blast, like you said. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Valerie. It's really nice to hear all of those highlights that you enjoyed here in your stay. But I think the students are just a bit shy in expressing their thoughts. But I think a lot of things are already brewing in their minds. I bet right now a lot of things are already brewing in your mind. So it's a challenge from Professor Valerie Ritz that you speak up your thoughts or your questions. So let's just have like an informal talk right now with Professor Valerie Ritz. Okay, so
Actually, to add to that, we Filipinos are really shy. Really, I'm a Filipino and I'm shy. Yeah.
But you're so bright. When you're answering, your answer is really complete, more complete than I also used to. Sometimes my students just pop, they pop and they say something. You think before you speak. So this is also a very good asset.
thank you, Professor Valerie, for saying that out loud to inspire our students to speak up.
Actually, they're
in this
just warming
activity.
up. So I think you should
Yes.
stay for another 6 months so they could warm up
Yes.
totally. Because I heard one of the kamote farmers really liked you.
Yes.
Yeah, so I really think that you enjoyed your stay in the Philippines, and we would love to have you more, I mean longer, but yeah, you have to go.
Yes.
But
So I would like to come back. So, but I will see because, of course, it's all about funding. It's the same thing always. So probably next year there will be 2 colleagues of me, different of mine, that will be here because I already have been here then. So, but if you have the opportunity to come again, I definitely will.
we are greatly looking forward to that, and I'll make sure that the next time you come around, I know how to speak French. Yeah, I'll vouch for that. Très bien.
So
Merci.
Riz, maybe we can now ask some
our dear
questions. Yes.
Anyone from the audience who has any question, who have any question for our guest speaker?
Yes, please.
So, good morning, Prof. Valerie. So, my question is, what are the potential risks and challenges associated with transitioning to a more sustainable business?
The biggest challenge, I think, if you saw my the word cloud, was the inflation. So I think if prices are raising and people are earning less due to inflation, people will not consider sustainability anymore. So sometimes this is a danger. I think this is one of the biggest challenges we face, that life is actually getting more expensive. So if life is getting more expensive, people just think about the short term and not on the long term.
Thank you.
Other questions from our participants?
As to that, Professor Ritz, am I correct that people are really feeling we already know the impact of inflation because we have this thing called shrinkflation. Prices are too high. The prices are the same. They are sustained at the same level, but products became too small. They shrank. That's why it's called shrinkflation. So I think most of our students know about it. So is this part also, or is this also part of the process of sustainable business? Does it have any part in it?
Sometimes I think that products and the volume of things are decreasing is a good thing. If I think about last year I went to America. There are the portions that people are getting for food are huge. So at that moment, yes. So I think if they will shrink their portions, it will be good. So also sometimes in Belgium, because if we are over consuming, we eat too much food, for example. So maybe it's a good thing also. Of course, we should not starve, but sometimes I think we will not starve, and if it's we get less for the, so it's maybe can in the long run also be a good thing.
Thank you for that, Professor Ritz. It's about the economic perspective of things. Any more question? Yes, please.
So last sem, we also conducted study about greenwashing, and we found out that businesses resort to greenwashing because sometimes they cannot afford the budget to really resort to sustainable practices. So my question, Prof. Valerie, is how can companies effectively communicate their sustainability efforts without resorting to greenwashing because of the fact that it is evident that really doing sustainable practices is costly, and what are the ways they can do to really achieve their goals and to be sustainable without really resorting to greenwashing, even though it's pressuring to be green or to be sustainable in a world where it's evident that everything is really pushing through sustainability.
I think it's a good question because sometimes greenwashing is all about your perspective also. So sometimes I'm not always agreeing on people saying this is greenwashing what they are doing, because if they are putting some effort compared to no effort, for me always a real greenwashing. How can you do it? It's actually simple. Think about the long term, because as I told you, why they should do it also for the employment. And I think in Belgium and in also a lot of European countries, we are struggling with finding the right people. So we have more and more, the young people have actually a lot of choice to go to several companies and very businesses. So this means on the long run, they will gain. So, but you have to take it step by step. So I will not be the person that condemns, let's say, the business easy on greenwashing, because I think take the first step, and if it's still not at best and final level. So actually, we had also the same thing. So I've done my blended intensive program with the German and the French students. So in the process of actually doing some company visits, they didn't want to welcome us. And I said, why don't you want? Because I'm sure you're doing this or that. And for example, a brewery. Yes, but we are doing not everything is perfect yet. So what is not perfect? Just start and show it and make your message, because I think it's all the same for everyone. We evolve. So step by step is the best thing to approach it.
But I think in any process, it's really important that you take a step toward achieving something. But once you took that step, what is important is you don't stop from taking more steps toward achieving your very goal.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think a very small step can make a very big difference. So simply taking the step gives you the courage to continue and go on. So do we have another question? Yes, please.
Good morning, Professor Valerie. We actually have our feasibility study regarding making a website that donates, upcycles, and donate shops eco-friendly accessories. So I wanted to ask you for advice regarding the crafting of our website, because we really want to make our website really care about the environment, and not just for our feasibility study, but really have an impact. So I wanted to ask you advice on how we can further craft our website, specifically the upcycling part, and how we can really make sure that our message is loud and clear.
Yes, this is also very important. If you communicate in the right way. It's of course on visuals very important that you use these things. You use, maybe I gave you the example of just changing the color, but colors are very important on that. If you use the right colors, it will attract also the people. So this means using also the impact and giving the message on your first page that it's all about sustainability and it's all about recycling, etc. So I think you really have your landing page, let us say, should be already very inspiring.
Thank you. Next question, please.
Good morning po. In your opinion, what are the most pressing ethical dilemmas facing businesses today in terms of sustainability, and how do you propose addressing them?
Maybe we can talk about something new indeed. I think we have not talked much about social impact and inclusion. So I think inclusion on the workforce and the work floor is very important. So I think this nowadays, because sometimes they just are saying, yes, we will include everyone and every person will be giving the same opportunities. But nowadays they're not doing that. They're just not sometimes they are afraid to employ people that, let's say, are a bit different than the norm. So I think this is also a very important thing, and it's just a challenge. Inclusion should be not really a buzzword like we heard, a buzzword, but it should be really in your act. So you have to on your HR department, they should really be aware of that.
Good morning. The question is, how do you balance the need for innovation and growth with the imperative to minimize environmental impact, and what strategies have you employed to foster innovation and sustainable practices?
Actually, I'm going back to the things I already told you, taking it step by step, because otherwise, if you're not going to start it, I think it's the strategy. Of course, you have to implement it and see it as a long-term vision. You have to implement it on your mission and vision of your company. But it starts in the boardroom then, of course. But small businesses don't have the boardrooms, etc., etc. So they also should think about these things. So the strategy just should be that you implement it in small actions, step by step. Yes.
Thank you.
Hi po, Professor Valerie. Good morning. My question would be on a personal matter. If you were to choose a product in which it's more sustainable but less comfortable, would you choose it over something that's more comfortable but less sustainable?
You're right. Yeah. What would I do? This is actually your question. Would I choose it? Actually, I'm really trying to be as conscious as possible. So, for example, you don't know here in Philippines, prime markets or something like that, who are selling really cheap clothing and cheap. So I prefer to go to local stores, also in Belgium. So maybe I'm paying more. Also, my daughters, I just talked about also with Miss Abby, are also using and more recycled clothing. So we are actually really thinking about that. And if I would do that, also my two daughters will be mad if I would have bought and chosen just so it's really in the youth, so I have to listen to them too.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Here in the Philippines, we call it ukay. Ukay.
Like a thrift shop. Yeah,
It's like a thrift shop.
Good morning po, Professor. I think my question will be short. Do you think with goals, sustainable goals, do you think we can eliminate competition? Well, it's not really a good thing or a bad thing, but what I'm meaning here is, what if we just create a company for every country in the world so that we can gain more space for people to live in?
Because you say one company for the whole world. What do you mean? Because maybe explain your idea.
I want just one currency for all, so that we can have everybody as unemployed and everybody has a chance to be employed.
Okay. So this will be, of course, very difficult to implement.
Yes.
Because, as I told, the leadership styles are very different all over the world. I think everybody knows Putin. Yes, this is a big country, Russia, and is really not thinking on these kind of way. Even with the upcoming elections in the United States, we will have Trump again. So this means he also says America first. So this is also, so it will be very hard and very difficult to accomplish this really. But I think it's a nice idea that we should do that. And like maybe we have to think about the steps we can take. And if we are evolving, then maybe the pressure of the people will be getting bigger, and then the leaderships will styles will change, hopefully, also in big countries like US and Russia.
Thank you.
I think with the queue of students queuing for the
Yes.
question, I think they got engaged with your discussion
That's right.
topics.
Very interested.
Good morning, or in Belgium, it's Guten Morgen.
Yes, thank you. Magandang magandang umaga.
I have only one question. What is one ethical issue that leaders face in Belgium, and what can we Filipinos learn from this issue?
I think the inclusion part is still very important. There are a lot of people that are complaining that they don't find any workforce anymore. Of course, it's very important to speak the native language. It's the same thing here. But still, I think more and more companies in Belgium can employ English-spoken persons. So even though they are not speaking the language perfectly, we have a lot of skills. And they have a lot of skills. So I think also the inclusion part is still something in Belgium that is important. Because also we will have elections in Belgium. And we see that more and more, let's say, the rights parts, so the preservative English-spoken persons, more and more nationalistic. So, but since I'm also the coordinator of the Advanced Bachelor International Management, I see great people with great potential, and they're sometimes having it very hard to find a job. And I'm saying, please include these people. So this is still a challenge. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, Professor Ritz. Good morning, everybody. My question is, how should we as an individual or future small business owners influence change if the top 1% richest companies or richest people are the biggest polluters?
This is true. I think we cannot do this without some government support. So because all the biggest multinationals, like I said, they are polluting the most. So like all the H&Ms and the Coca-Cola companies, for example, they have to be forced because sometimes they escaping also because they're giving local employment, and then they are escaping regulations that are imposed to the small companies. And the big companies, the multinationals, also get a lot of exemptions. So I think really it will be a job from the government, but if the people are enough telling them that the government should do that, then maybe we can have something to say about that. Yes.
Thank you so much.
So that means that the government really also has a big role in implementing sustainability.
And let's not forget that people also have the voice to speak up that there really is a need for government intervention. Next question, please.
So, okay po. Good morning po, everyone. And of course, good morning po, Professor Valerie. So, as what I've understood po from your discussion earlier, so parang technically po, businesses contributed to the increased consumption of our natural resources, which may further lead to concerning problems in the future such as inflation, climate change, and of course, diminishing resources. So in my question po is, in your opinion, what kind of sustainable strategies or methods can businesses implement in order to promote a sustainable environment and minimize the consumption of natural resources while still efficiently operating their businesses?
This is a hard one, you know, and this is really taking it again step by step. And the examples I gave, these are actually strategies you can do. Try to think about your product as a service, for example, or try to also set up like a kind of
collecting point. Think about the end of life of for your product. So these are strategies you have to think about. We also teach more and more, I think also here you teach more the business model on sustainability. So I think this is something important. So think about strategies like, look at it as you looking at your whole supply chain, from actually suppliers to the end customer. What is actually the difficult or the dangerous, let's say, moments that you pollute more. So this is also what the European legislation is doing. And you see the farmers are protesting. There are a lot of protests also on the industries. So here in Europe, we are really implementing this. We are actually forcing the businesses to think differently because they have to report on it. And otherwise they will not get any more corporate money from the government.
Thank you so much. So in simple words, Professor, companies really have to not consider only profit maximization, but corporate social responsibility from the beginning to the end of the process.
So, good morning po, Professor. So, my question is, as consumers, how can we determine if a brand is only greenwashing? Like, to be more specific, how can we identify if a business truly cares for the environment and the sustainable development goals, or if they are only doing these tactics for profit, exposure, and a boost in the company's name? Other than fact-checking, what are the hints that we have to look out for?
One thing I noticed here, for example, when you look at the products, and you have less information on your packaging. So this is something that is also imposed now in Europe, and a lot of companies are really also struggling because every every nationality, every country has its own legislation on actually what should be printed out on the packaging, but also, so this means you have to increase as a company, and it is again the government that probably will have to help you on that. The labeling, it should be really a good label that you can make it trustworthy, because if you don't have regulation on the certification of this labeling, you just can say whatever you want. So, and then it's really hard for the customer. It's really hard if you cannot read it on the packaging. You have no idea. Sometimes you still have to be informed. So I think, I'm sorry to say, the government is really should it put on their priority list.
Thank you po.
Good morning, Professor Valerie. So first, based on my understanding on the presentation, I believe that these practices are best applied to large companies or multinational companies who have large impacts on the economy and the environment. Well, my question focuses rather on small and medium enterprises. While there are SMEs that envision sustainability as their main goal, or with their product or service, not all can focus on their sustainability, but rather their profitability so that they can put their business afloat. The main question for me is, should SMEs prioritize their sustainability at the cost of profitability, or is it possible for them to balance both?
You have to balance on both, because if you're out of business, you're out of business. So one of the sustainable development goals is also on no poverty. So if you are not gaining anything, it's also not a good thing. So I think you have to balance on the both.
So, good morning, Professor. Regarding with the ethical leadership, I believe I heard the word inclusivity from the previous question. So there is an issue surfacing with the previous Miss Universe pageant conducted recently. So I believe there was an issue regarding with the Miss Universe was allegedly said that the organization has included a plus size contestant and a mother in the competition for the sake of inclusivity. Now, I just wanted to ask your opinion about the said event in which they are just pushing the thought of inclusivity for the sake of the business.
I believe inclusivity is important. So, and also we have to change the mindset. Although we are trying to change it, men already still important different level of management, also in competitions like beauty pageants, etc. So the image that we are trying, so I think it's a good thing that inclusivity is important even in these kind of competitions. Another word that maybe I hope you know is the word woke. Woke, you know the word woke? Yes, woke is actually in Europe a tendency that sometimes people say you include too much. For me, it's enough. So we are awake, and we should be awake and aware of all the different, let's say, varieties of people, of shapes of people, and varieties in every color, every fashion, body. But we see more and more also that they are countering it. Are saying, this is too much, we cannot handle it. So sometimes you say that it's like a wrecking ball. It goes from one side to the other side. So we don't know what we are going, because if we were seeing that President Trump probably will be re-elected, and also we have still Putin. So we have still a lot of steps to take on inclusivity. So this is why I really embrace it, and I really would like to have more inclusivity also on these beauty pageants.
So good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon, Professor. My question is in regards on ethical leadership. On behalf to all students leaders that are here right now, we want to know from your experience, how do you prioritize ethics and values in leadership style and decision making? And based from your experience, what advice would you give to aspiring leaders on practicing ethical leadership in their future careers?
Just listen to the people. Listen what they are saying. Give them a voice. Because if you don't hear them, you will not be aware what's going on. Because they also have sometimes more insight on your business, because you're managing and you don't know everything. So be humble, actually. Be humble and listen to the people.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mom, Professor Valerie, and everyone. Please forgive us for the rather quiet environment from the last question. So my question is about sustainability. Since we practice sustainability for the preservation of our resources, should this also mean that we will deprive ourselves of our current resources?
It's difficult to say, of course. They are getting that more and more resources down, but it's difficult to say. The picture I've shown you about the ecological footprint and the footprint is actually also a campaign to try to change these things. So more and more countries are aware of it, especially in Europe now. So they want to take the lead on it. So let's give all of us a chance to do that. So, but will we be able to stop it? It's a big question.
So, hello, good morning, ma'am. My name is Michaela, a BS entrepreneurship student. And as a spokesperson on business and ethical leadership, how do you address the potential trade-offs between different aspects of sustainability, such as balancing social equity with environmental conservation? And what noble strategies do you suggest to prioritize and reconcile these competing priorities?
It remains a big question, because we had also these questions earlier. So it's really difficult. It's really difficult to find the right strategy. The strategies that I have given as an example in several companies, this is a starting point. So again, step by step, we should take consciousness in our businesses, and then we will get there. But on the strategic part, to attract and to the branding, it's so important today.
Thank you, ma'am.
We really love to hear the questions of our dear students, but because of the interest of time, we can only accommodate 3 more students. Finish na lang daw to. Okay, so to avoid repetition of the answer, please please don't repeat the question. Okay, thank you.
One of their own employees actually the task to really analyze every step of their production process, but the suppliers also. So it's actually employing even people on that. So they really are implementing it. So they have to employ some people who doing the audit on that. So it's really somebody who is really into all of the European legislation, and then they also have to really see on their production process where it has an impact on. So it's really a thing that costs at this moment a lot of money also to European companies. So sometimes we are thinking, will we still have the good competitive advantage if we have to invest more and more? But in Europe, we believe that by investing in these kind of data analysis and really looking for every product, I can give you an example. One of the companies that we have visited during our BIP, so Blended Intensive Program with the French and the German students, it was on clothing that are actually for, like, for example, firemen, also on clothing for security police people, for the army, etc. As you probably know, these are all dangerous jobs. These are all dangerous jobs. They have to wear protective clothing. For them, it's very difficult because when they are thinking about the end of life, for example, the clothing, it has to have a special layer, right? For example, against all of the fire. The fire, if they have riots, and if you have riots, for example, so they are wearing protective clothing. It's not technically possible to actually get this kind of coating off of the clothing. So it's a very chemical process that the clothing are having. So for them, it's really a big challenge. They have even invested in 3 employees on really looking for new new material. For example, they are thinking about new fibers that are less polluting. Cotton is during the production of cotton and clothing, you have a lot of water that is needed. So this using a lot of resources. So now they are moving into different fabrics, but it costs a lot of money for them. So they're really afraid. Also, while I was here, a big Chinese company gained let's say the competition for the public buses. So yes, the public. So this means in the upcoming future in Belgium there will be public buses from China instead of local buses. So now one of the big companies is also of the big bus companies is faced with bankruptcy. So bankruptcy because of this order to the Chinese. So internationalization, it's dangerous also because in Europe we're investing to sustainability, but then sometimes we're not that competitive anymore. So to do that, they have to do, because of the government implementing special employers for the data collection, but at this imbalance, will we still have the big contracts and the big things? So, but data analysis is at the center of all the European companies now to realize what they should do to reduce, for example, waste and carbon emissions. Yes, thank you for the question.
Thank you, ma'am.
So, good morning, Ma'am Valerie. A pleasure to meet you once again. As we all know, ethical leadership is the practice of demonstrating appropriate conduct. As a future employer, can you give an advice for every aspiring business owners or entrepreneurs out there on how can we be an effective leaders for our ventures?
Being transparent. Yeah. If you can be transparent, you will also be good at sustainability because people can see. It's also informing the public, informing the employees, informing the board. So being transparent as a company, but also as a person, and also at that moment including everyone. So if you are an open-minded person, be transparent about it, and being and acting in this way will help.
Thank you.
Marhay na aga, Ma'am Valerie. My question is, in the advances of market integration, do you think an increased integration, especially in the Philippines, is sustainable? If not, do you have any thoughts on how to make it more ethical and more sustainable?
It's difficult because I have seen you have a lot of also on the examples I was giving yesterday by all of the students projects and the business projects you are doing in the entrepreneurial department. I see you have a lot of natural resources. A lot of them I really don't know. So this is also one thing we have to think about. Maybe we can use these natural resources that are accurate now in the Philippines already more, and maybe we can use the marketing and the visibility on that more, because I think this is also an issue. If you are not visible and we don't know it, that it exists, so this is already an extra step that you can take on actually what you are doing now, communicating to others, and then maybe you get more business out of it also.
Thank you so much.
Actually, Professor, is one of the ironies of the Philippine system. We have a lot of resources, but we don't get to utilize it as much. But there are resources that we deplete and put other resources at, unseen. Next question. Last question.
Yes. So good morning, everyone. Good morning, Prof. Valerie. So as a marketing managers in the future, it is our responsibility to sustain our businesses. So can you give us some advice? How can we innovate and create more products to be more sustainable?
Being more sustainable is thinking about the end of life and the life cycle of your product. So just don't sell it, but maybe think about how we can really get also the other things back and reusing this. So the end of life is something that is really necessary to help you on getting more sustainable.
Thank you, Paul. We are on to our last 4 questions from our participants.
Good morning, Professor. My question is, do you think technology is an asset or a threat to businesses in terms of sustainability?
Can you repeat it? Sorry.
My question is, do you think technology is an asset or a threat to businesses in terms of technology, right? Sustainability.
Yes. Okay, so I missed the word technology, so it was an essential one. Yeah. So now I think technology can do both things. It can help, but also actually it can actually create more trash. Because if you're on digitalization, technology and digitalization, we get less products. But sometimes if you have more a digital and a technical revolution, you create more products. So sometimes you have also more waste. So you should look to the balance of this.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ma'am Valerie. So earlier you have mentioned in your presentation that businesses implement sustainability so that they can be promoted as having a positive corporate image. What advice can you give to us, marketing students, so that we can influence businesses to have more corporate social responsibility?
As a student, when you're looking for a job, maybe this is also one of the criteria you should implement. If you're looking for a job, maybe you can ask also in the company that you're applying for, what are you doing on sustainability?
because I think marketing students, I really hope that here also you have a lot of job opportunity. Yeah? So because you have a lot of new implementation and then a lot of companies need marketing. So if you are really confident about yourself, you should really look for businesses that are promoting this. So while you are applying for a job.
So good morning, Ma'am Valerie, and to you guys. So as a business owner, and I myself having experience in doing business partnerships with other people, um, we are now starting to implement in our cafe the using of sustainable practices. So what are we doing right now is that we considered of using glass, yeah, glass items in our drinks instead of using plastic cups. Actually, I'm really torn between the two because I am also a marketing student. So I am torn in using plastic cups because plastic cups is the way of having a good marketing strategy because we all know that using plastic cups in this way we can promote our brand and it is a good way to promote this to other people. But if we think in mind that we use glass, we can save more profit, we can save more money, and we can help in the environment. So we have decided to use. We are now implementing glass in our coffee. So now here is my question. Since it's really hard. So what are the ways you can give us to consistently practice sustainability in our business since we are in the transitions of implementing sustainable practices?
Using the glass jars and the glass material is a very good thing. This is one of the material that you can reuse again a lot of times. So this is really good that you have invested in this. Because also plastic cups, I know on a marketing thing you can print on it, you can really give your logo more, it's more transparent, and if they take a coffee on the go, they see it. But using glass is the most sustainable way. Sometimes you should investigate if you can use paper, like kind of on the glasses, stickers that don't have a lot of chemical glue on it. This exists, and then you can also, if you wash it, the paper will automatically dissolve, and this is also something that then at that moment you still have your brand image on that.
So much more.
Yeah.
Now for our last question.
So good morning, Prof. Valerie. My question is about greenwashing. What I knew about is that it is a type of marketing that provides false solution to the environmental issues and misleading the public to believe that a company or other entity is doing more to protect the environment than it is, and by that, didn't show leadership because the company is not transparent. So do you think po that it is a good thing that company should really apply greenwashing strategies in order to maintain profits or result to a greener option but sacrifice profits and market stature?
Like I told, greenwashing is sometimes used for a bad thing, but sometimes it's also taking one step at a time. So if you want to really change the mindset of a big company and you're really already starting to implement that with greenwashing, it's one step. So I'm always glad that I see something they are doing. So if the consumer are also more outspoken, and I think more and more students and young people dare to say their opinion, so this means that they will be also sometimes confronted with this and they have to answer to their consumer. So maybe in that way they will stop doing the greenwashing and do then the real stuff.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to our participants.
Wow, that was an incredible fireside chat. So we got to learn again that 1,000 miles starts with a single step. So once again, thank you, Professor Valerie Ritz, and our participants who shared their thought-provoking discussion. This fireside chat has left us being inspired to engage more in sustainable business and ethical leadership. Let's keep the conversation going, and together we can make a difference.
The participants have been inspired to engage with your talk because of your talk, Professor Valerie. With that, we would like to show our sincerest gratitude to our guest speaker by giving her a certificate of commendation and token of appreciation. So we would like to invite Dr. Rivero, Professor Disuyo, Professor Honrado, and all the department chairs of the College of Business, Economics, and Management to please to please join us in front on stage. May I repeat? May I invite all the department persons, the department chairs, to join us on stage for the awarding of the certificate of commendation and token of appreciation. So the certificate of commendation reads Republic of the Philippines, Bicol University College of Business, Economics, and Management, International Relations Office, under the International Faculty Mobility Inbound Program between Vives University of Applied Sciences, Belgium, and Bicol University, award this certificate of commendation to Professor Valerie Ritz, Vives University of Applied Sciences, Belgium, for imparting her valuable insights to our students and faculty as a resource speaker during the fireside chat on sustainable business and ethical leadership at Bicol University MP Building Amphitheater, Legazpi City, Philippines, given this 15th day of March 2024, signed by Dr. Dimson M. Rivero, Director of International Relations Office and Dean of the College of Business, Economics, and Management, and Dr. Babyboy Benjamin D. Nevers III, SUC President 4 of Bicol University. We also award the token of appreciation, the tokens of appreciation.
We would also like to take a picture with the audience. So let's go.
Now to offer some final thoughts and connect it to our international reach, we have Professor Evangeline D. Honrado, International Relations Office Coordinator for International Communications and Marketing. Let's welcome her to the stage. Madam.
Bedankt. What's that? That's the Belgian word for thank you. It's because one student already mentioned the good morning, so I have to think of another word. So that is bedankt. Okay, so we have a lot of words learned at the moment. I would like to open my closing message with the very favorite song of Professor Ritz. You know what it is? And we're going to sing it. Only the chorus, right? It's I Don't Wanna Miss a Thing. Everybody now, the chorus lang. I don't wanna.
Because I miss you, babe, and I don't wanna miss a thing.
Stop. Because if we go further, Professor Ritz will cry. You know why? That is a very meaningful song for her because that's the song of her and her husband. Oh, she's crying already. Okay. And I was thinking of what to say at the moment. And so that song entered my mind. What a way to have a meaningful closing message, but to use that same song that Professor Valerie wants or loved. So, Professor Val, I could stay awake just to hear you breathing. Of course, we want to hear you breathing. But Bicol University would want to breathe fresh, new knowledge from you. And so we did. Did you? Yes. And so, with those knowledge that we had, with the things that you imparted to us, especially all those knowledge that you have from Belgium, these are the air that we consider as something new for us to breathe. Also, we watched you smile. Watch you smile while you're sleeping. Of course, we cannot do that while she's asleep. But we were able to watch her smile as she smiled in awe as we toured her around with all the faculty members and the IPESR community also hosted for her cultural and tourism visit. So I am already giving you some of the things that she was able to do for 10 days with all of us here. So 10 days is so short, Professor Val. That is why we are expecting you to be back here soon. Okay. Then I could spend my life in sweet surrender. The sweet surrender of, again, the knowledge that you have imparted to all of us. And we could live by it, and learning a lot new from you is already a very sweet surrender into the body of knowledge and the new cultural differences and the cultural differences that you've mentioned, that we were able to also relate to it. So thank you, Professor Val. When a moment spent with you is a moment that we all treasure. We do treasure the moment we spent with Professor Valerie Riggs. And just last Wednesday, when we talk about sustainability, magle-lecture na si Madam. When we talk about sustainability, last Wednesday, when we were able to go to Kamote Farm Creation, that is a perfect example of sustainability. To give you a little background, the Kamote Creation Farm is a cooperative founded, mentored, and spearheaded and still managed by no less than our very able professor, Dr. Nolan Belaro of the Entrep Department. Despite his absence, I would like to commend him for that very noble work and advocacy for all our farmers, especially in the Anislag area. We all know that farmers are underprivileged members of the sector. It's a sad truth, but let us not just let that be as a sad truth or just remain as a sad truth. We should do something about it. And since we have talked about sustainability, what now can you do to sustain that particular product or the production of product and eventually help our farmers? Don't answer now. As you go home, I can give you one advice and one tip. And my students know me for being like this. I always give them tips and advices. As you go home, you ask your parents, you ask your mom to buy kamote this afternoon for your merienda. And in that way, in your own little way, we are taking a little step at a time. Buying kamote from all these farmers is a way already to sustain their livelihood. Is that true? Yes. We all agree on that? Yes. And the kamote farm creation is a cooperative, as I've mentioned, and it is composed of the faculty members also of PU CBEM. Let us give them a round of applause. Yes, they all contributed to make that advocacy a realization. That was way back 8 years ago. And for now, just last Wednesday, we were able to see how it all developed and how it helped the farmers, especially in that locality or in that community. And that is or was made possible because of the very ethical leadership that Dr. Nolan Belardo displayed and manifested and implemented in that particular advocacy. So let's give him again a great round of applause. So that, my dear students, with all your questions, in your own little way, take a step. And that step, little step, can go a mile further if you want to really live up with what we say, sustainability. So now, let me continue with a song. So again, debunk. This is now my moment to say debunk. To first and foremost, our IRO director, Dr. Dimson Rivero. Please stand, Dr. Dimson. For not because of him, this would not be made possible. And for not because of him giving me this task, I would not be able to work very closely with Professor Val because I was the one tasked to coordinate things and arrange things for her. So thank you, Dr. Dimson, as our dean also of BUCBEM. And also at this juncture, perhaps, that experience we had last Wednesday can be shared to also some of our students here for them to really see the product of sustainability and very remarkable ethical leadership. Do you like that? Okay, mag-schedule na daw po si Sir Dimson for all of your tours. And of course, though he is not around, we would like to thank our beloved President, Dr. Baby Boy Nebres, for championing, for embracing internationalization, and for believing that internationalization can be a way towards the betterment of humanity. Likewise, of course, the effort of the IRO staff, ang aking mga kapatid. We have Madam Abby and Madam Mao. And of course, we have our intern, foreign intern. I would like to also call Mikal. Please be recognized. Mikal is from Chile. She is our foreign intern. And a regular foreign student. And she will be graduating this July as cum laude. Wow! And special thanks to our faculty members for all the classes that you have conducted and for all the efforts that you have exerted. Thank you, Madam Anne, for the Entrep department. And of course, we have from the Econ and the accountancy. Thank you very much. And also, of course, BSBA, my department, our department. We also would like to thank CPRO. Thank you, sir, for our technical capabilities here. And of course, we shall not forget, on behalf of the birthday girl, our Vice President, Dr. Lim, thank you for the honor of your presence. We really appreciate it. And likewise, we have to thank the participants for being here with us and for lending your ears, and not just your ears, but your heart. So I hope that when we step out of this room, we can already practice in our own small ways sustainability. So, Professor Val, we really do not want to close our eyes because we do not want to miss a thing with you. Thank you very much. And as a promise, I have to give you my simple token because after this, Professor will be flying to Cebu for her relaxation moment. So because of that, I promise to give her a big hat so that she won't have she won't get burned under the heat of the sun. Wear it. Wear it. Yes. Wow, she looks good. So with that, thank you very much.
This may be the end of your stay in Bicol, Professor Ritz, but it is definitely just the beginning of our fruitful partnership. BU will miss you. BU is thankful to you, Professor. There we have it. This concludes Fireside Chat on Sustainable Business and Ethical Leadership. Can we all say thank you, Professor Ritz, all together? Thank you, Professor Ritz.
Don't mention. Thank you.
Lower the bars of standards.
Thank you, sir. I hope this is the last. There, I am Riza.
And I am Abby.
Go forth and conquer. Have a great day ahead.
So thank you so much. Your certificate of participation will just be given there as you receive it. You can now take your walk and say thank you, and now you go any further with whatever causes you have in your heart. Evaluation will follow, will be given to you directly by your chairperson. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
On this episode of Lingkod Bayan Diaries, ating tunghayan ang kwento ng isa sa ating mga honor awardees.
To be a CSC Pag-asa Group Awardee is such an honor. Hindi namin siya inasahan, so we just wanted to put names on the innovations na naibigay namin sa Davao de Oro. Ako po si Joycel R.O.D., Provincial ICT Officer ng Provincial Government of Davao de Oro, Team Leader ng eGov Technical Team.
I'm George Danhil M. Duran, Computer Programmer 3.
Ako po si Mr. Wilfredo M. Galagala, Information Technology Officer 2.
Ako po si Antonio Isimini, Information Technology Officer 2.
Ako po si Antonio Salarda Jr., Computer Maintenance Technologist 2.
Kay eGov Technical Team are employees of the Provincial ICT Office of the Provincial Government of Davao de Oro. So kami yung gumagawa ng mga systems and innovations and nagsusupport din sa mga na-implement na mga systems sa iba't ibang departamento ng probinsya. Marami kaming projects, actually our systems number up to 40. Especially during the pandemic, so doon talaga nakita on how useful ICT was. During that time, challenge talaga yung team to produce projects to sustain yung online na operations. So on our part, we tried exploring open source technology. Tapos marami kaming ina-explore na networks. So first yung system is yung Call the Doc. It's a teleconsulting system na na-implement during the COVID. When the OPD services, yung outpatient department services were stopped, nag-resort to teleconsulting. Another project mentioned is yung COVID testing information system. So just like any typical molecular laboratory na systems, ito ay data bank ng mga specimens na tinitest, tapos nagbibigay yung system ng result ng mga test. During pandemic, nagamit talaga siya kasi kailangan validated yung result. So QR coded yung aming test result. Isang very challenging project namin is yung household profiling and needs assessment. So, kailangan merong list ng mga possible recipients ng bigas, and then wala kaming updated list nun. So, kailangan in 1 month's time makaproduce kami ng system kasi magro-roll out ng survey sa buong probinsya. Nag-try akong mag-tap sa isang UN organization, yung UNDP. Tapos, nag-request ako kung pwede ba kaming turuan on how to do survey using Kobo Collect. And we were blessed, kahit wala kaming formal agreement, no monetary considerations, tinuruan nila kami. And in 1 month's time, na-produce namin yung app. Then after that, dire-diretso na po. Hindi rin namin ma-imagine na in 6 months' time, nakandak yung survey using employees only of the provincial government. So, nakamobilize kami ng mga 200 plus enumerators. Talagang nilibot yung entire province, 236 barangays, bahay-bahay yan. Tapos, nakuha namin yung data with maps. Na-mapping namin yung mga households. So, and very appreciated po yung output ng systems. Kami nasa LGU, na-feel namin yung need na dapat ma-institutionalize yung ICT departments. Nasa digital age na tayo, so hindi pwedeng hindi tayo mag-upgrade or mag-adapt ng ICT. So basically, yung ICT, nagagamit siya para ma-optimize yung ating mga processes. Aside from that, yung interconnectivity, interoperability ng different offices, napapadali yun through ICT. So talagang dapat i-leverage yung ICT ng any organization, not just the government. Kung mapansin nyo, lahat ng developed countries is naka-leverage talaga sila sa ICT. Maraming magaling sa Philippines, medyo may problema lang tayo dun sa interconnectivity and interoperability kasi parang nangyari, parang kanya-kanya yung mga LGUs, kanya-kanyang innovations. And if you can see from the national, paiba-iba yung mga systems hanggang dun sa baba. So, yun din isa sa panawagan namin sana magkaroon ng uniform na standards and protocols in developing systems para hindi masayang yung mga efforts ng mga nasa baba. Okay, my message to my fellow public servants, so let us continue to be a gift. Di ba, pag gift ka, maganda ka, mapapasaya mo yung recipient, kay magiging useful ka sa recipient. So, isa lang yun sa palagi kong isinasa puso, no?
Continue to adapt to the change, especially in ICT innovation. Even though marami tayong challenges na related to it, just continue to adapt to the ever-changing progress in technology.
Kaya ang masabi ko lang sa mga kawani ng gobyerno, kung trabaho tayo, gawin natin talaga yung nasa puso natin.
Gawin mo lang ang dapat mong gawin upang kung ano mang gusto mong maitulong para sa bayan.
Na patuloy lang natin ang ating mga mabubuting gawain sa gobyerno para sa ating mga kababayang Pilipino.
Kami ang EGOV Technical Team ng Davao de Oro at ito ang aming kwentong lingkod bayani.
Inyong natunghayan ang kwento ng ating lingkod bayani. Kung ikaw ay may kilalang lingkod bayani, maaari siyang i-nominate sa Honor Awards Program ng Civil Service Commission. For nomination procedures, go to www.csc.gov.ph. See you on the next episode of Lingkod Bayan Diaries.
Good day to all of you. On behalf of the University Registrar's Office, I welcome everyone warmly. As the head of this esteemed institution, I am privileged to introduce our office and share the valuable services we provide. The University Registrar's Office serves as the administrative heart of our university, functioning as a central hub for academic records, student enrollment, and course registration. We are dedicated to supporting the success of our students and personnel by ensuring the smooth operation of all educational processes. Our mission as an academic unit, the University Registrar's Office, will be taking care of the enrollment, graduation, and records management as it takes custody of academic records of all graduates and the issuance of official academic documents of students and graduates. Whether you are a current student, a prospective applicant, a faculty member, or an alumnus, our dedicated team is here to assist you. From guiding you through the enrollment process to helping you access and maintain your academic records, we are committed to providing exceptional service with efficiency and professionalism. In addition to our core responsibilities, we are continually strive to improve our services by embracing technological advancements and streamlining our operations. We aim to enhance accessibility, transparency, and convenience for all clients, allowing you to focus on what matters most, your education and intellectual growth. As University Registrar, I am honored to lead a team of talented professionals passionate about supporting your academic journey. We understand the challenges and aspirations of higher education and are dedicated to serving as your trusted partner throughout your time at our university. In closing, I extend my heartfelt welcome once again. The University Registrar's Office is here to assist, inspire, and empower you as you embark on your intellectual endeavors. We look forward to collaborating with you and contributing to your success in every possible way. Thank you, and may this be the beginning of a remarkable academic journey for each of you as a university for humanity.
probably one of the grandest in the entire nation. Bicol University takes its pride from its top-notch faculty, employees, and most of all, its unparalleled and diverse students.
The Bicol University Olympics always coincides with my birthday season. I am very thankful for that. The youthful embrace that is on display during this event reinvigorates my sense of purpose as a public servant, as the young people occupy extremely important places in my ecosystem of governance. In short, I've spent my entire life helping build up this university, but I am not done, and neither should you be done building up this great institution.
To my Bicol University family, huwag na nating pabahabain pa. The 2023 Bicol University Olympics open!
BU students have proven over the years na iba talaga pag taga-BU. Certified Uragon pag BU Wenyo.
We're climbing higher, we'll touch the fire. It's all that we know, we'll never let go. We're wild and free, got all that we need. We're flying right through, yeah, that's what we do. We're finally here, I see it so clear. We're up in the clouds like we're heroes. We came from the dust, we never gave up. Just look at us now, yeah, we're heroes. We won't ever give up now.
I thank you for allowing me to witness this heart and will and spirit that you will demonstrate during these games. Thank you for all your birthday greetings. Mabuhay ang Bicol University. Thank you.
Finally here, I see it so clear. We're up in the clouds like we're heroes. We came from the dust, we never gave up. Just look at us now, yeah.
Tandaan po natin, gaining friends and experience along is already a victory itself. May the force be with you all. Mabuhay ang Bicol University. Mabuhay ang BU Wenyos.
Kapag naalala, wala naman akong magawa. Umuwi ka na, baby. Ako sanay na wala ka. Mahirap ang mag-isa. At sa gabi na hanap kita. Hanggang kailan ako maghihintay na makasama ka. Muli sa buhay ko, tulog at paghihirap. At laging ikaw lang ang umapawi sa mga luha. Naglalagay ng ngiti sa mga labi. Di mapigilan ang mag-isip. Sa ligan, hulog ang loob sa iba. Nakakamalisa na kung naman naman sana. Umuwi ka na, baby. Hindi na ako sanay na wala ka. Mahirap ang mag-isa. At sa gabi na hanap-hanap kita. Hanggang kailan ako maghihintay na makasama ka. Muli sa buhay ko, kulong ng paghihirap. At laging ikaw lang ang umapawi sa mga luha. Naglalagay ng ngiti sa mga labi. Umuwi ka na, baby. Pinapauwi na ako. Umuwi ka na, baby.
On this episode of Lingkod Bayan Diaries, ating tunghayan ang kwento ng isa sa ating mga honor awardees.
To be a CSC Pag-asa Group Awardee is such an honor. Hindi namin siya inasahan, so we just wanted to put names on the innovations na naibigay namin sa Davao de Oro. Ako po si Joycel R.O.D., Provincial ICT Officer ng Provincial Government of Davao de Oro, Team Leader ng eGov Technical Team.
I'm George Danhil M. Duran, Computer Programmer 3.
Ako po si Mr. Wilfredo M. Galagala, Information Technology Officer 2.
Ako po si Antonio Isimeni, Information Technology Officer 2.
Ako po si Antonio Salarda Jr., Computer Maintenance Technologist 2.
Kay eGov Technical Team are employees of the Provincial ICT Office of the Provincial Government of Davao de Oro. So kami yung gumagawa ng mga systems and innovations and nagsusupport din sa mga na-implement na mga systems sa iba't ibang departamento ng probinsya. Marami kaming projects, actually our systems number up to 40. Especially during the pandemic, so doon talaga nakita on how useful ICT was. During that time, challenge talaga yung team to produce projects to sustain yung online na operations. So on our part, we tried exploring open source technology. Tapos marami kaming ina-explore na networks. So first yung system is yung Call the Doc. It's a teleconsulting system na na-implement during the COVID. When the OPD services, yung outpatient department services were stopped, nag-resort to teleconsulting. Another project mentioned is yung COVID testing information system. So just like any typical molecular laboratory na systems, ito ay data bank ng mga specimens na tinitest, tapos nagbibigay yung system ng result ng mga test. During pandemic, nagamit talaga siya kasi kailangan validated yung result, so QR coded yung aming test result. Isang very challenging project namin is yung household profiling and needs assessment. So, kailangan merong list ng mga possible recipients ng bigas, and then wala kaming updated list nun. So, kailangan in 1 month's time makaproduce kami ng system kasi magro-roll out ng survey sa buong probinsya. Nag-try akong mag-tap sa isang UN organization, yung UNDP. Tapos, nag-request ako kung pwede ba kaming turuan on how to do survey using Kobo Collect. And we were blessed, kahit wala kaming formal agreement, no monetary considerations, tinuruan nila kami. And in 1 month's time, na-produce namin yung app. And then after that, dire-diretso na po. Hindi rin namin ma-imagine na in 6 months' time, nakandak yung survey using employees only of the provincial government. So, nakamobilize kami ng mga 200 plus enumerators. Talagang nilibot yung entire province, 236 barangays, bahay-bahay yan. Tapos, nakuha namin yung data with maps. Na mapping namin yung mga households. So, and very appreciated po yung output ng systems. Kami nasa LGU, na-feel namin yung need na dapat ma-institutionalize yung ICT departments. Nasa digital age na tayo, so hindi pwedeng hindi tayo mag-upgrade or mag-adapt ng ICT. So basically, yung ICT, nagagamit siya para ma-optimize yung ating mga processes. Aside from that, yung interconnectivity, interoperability ng different offices, napapadali yun through ICT. So talagang dapat i-leverage yung ICT ng any organization, not just the government. Kung mapansin nyo, lahat ng developed countries is naka-leverage talaga sila sa ICT. Maraming magaling sa Philippines, medyo may problema lang tayo dun sa interconnectivity and interoperability kasi parang nangyari, parang kanya-kanya yung mga LGUs, kanya-kanyang innovations. And if you can see from the national, paiba-iba yung mga systems hanggang dun sa baba. So, yun din isa sa panawagan namin sana magkaroon ng uniform na standards and protocols in developing systems para hindi masayang yung mga efforts ng mga nasa baba. Okay, my message to my fellow public servants, so let us continue to be a gift. Di ba, pag gift ka, maganda ka, mapapasaya mo yung recipient, kay magiging useful ka sa recipient. So, isa lang yun sa palagi kong isinasa puso, no?
Continue to adapt to the change, especially in ICT innovation. Even though marami tayong challenges na related to it, just continue to adapt to the ever-changing progress in technology.
Kaya ang masabi ko lang sa mga kawani ng gobyerno, kung trabaho tayo, gawin natin talaga yung nasa puso natin.
Gawin mo lang ang dapat mong gawin upang kung ano mang gusto mong maitulong para sa bayan.
Na patuloy lang natin ang ating mga mabubuting gawain sa gobyerno para sa ating mga kababayang Pilipino.
Kami ang EGOV Technical Team ng Davao de Oro at ito ang aming kwentong lingkod bayani.
Inyong natunghayan ang kwento ng ating lingkod bayani. Kung ikaw ay may kilalang lingkod bayani, maaari siyang i-nominate sa Honor Awards Program ng Civil Service Commission. For nomination procedures, go to www.csc.gov.ph. See you on the next episode of Lingkod Bayan Diaries.
day to all of you. On behalf of the University Registrar's Office, I welcome everyone warmly. As the head of this esteemed institution, I am privileged to introduce our office and share the valuable services we provide. The University Registrar's Office serves as the administrative heart of our university, functioning as a central hub for academic records, student enrollment, and course registration. We are dedicated to supporting the success of our students and personnel by ensuring the smooth operation of all educational processes. Our mission as an academic unit, the University Registrar's Office, will be taking care of the enrollment, graduation, and records management as it takes custody of academic records of all graduates and the issuance of official academic documents of students and graduates. Whether you are a current student, a prospective applicant, a faculty member, or an alumnus, our dedicated team is here to assist you. From guiding you through the enrollment process to helping you access and maintain your academic records, we are committed to providing exceptional service with efficiency and professionalism. In addition to our core responsibilities, we are continually strive to improve our services by embracing technological advancements and streamlining our operations. We aim to enhance accessibility, transparency, and convenience for all clients, allowing you to focus on what matters most, your education and intellectual growth. As University Registrar, I am honored to lead a team of talented professionals passionate about supporting your academic journey. We understand the challenges and aspirations of higher education and are dedicated to serving as your trusted partner throughout your time at our university. In closing, I extend my heartfelt welcome once again. The University Registrar's Office is here to assist, inspire, and empower you as you embark on your intellectual endeavors. We look forward to collaborating with you and contributing to your success in every possible way. Thank you, and may this be the beginning of a remarkable academic journey for each of you as a university for humanity.
and probably one of the grandest in the entire nation. Bicol University takes its pride from its top-notch faculty, employees, and most of all, its unparalleled and diverse students.
The Bicol University Olympics always coincides with my birthday season. I am very thankful for that. The youthful embrace that is on display during this event reinvigorates my sense of purpose as a public servant, as the young people occupy extremely important places in my ecosystem of governance. In short, I've spent my entire life helping build up this university, but I am not done, and neither should you be done building up this great institution.
To my Bicol University family, huwag na nating pabahabain pa. The 2023 Bicol University Olympics open!
BU students have proven over the years na iba talaga pag taga-BU. Certified Uragon pag BU Wenyo.
We're climbing higher, we'll touch the fire. It's all that we know, we'll never let go. We're wild and free, got all that we need. We're flying right through, yeah, that's what we do. We're finally here, I see it so clear. We're up in the clouds like we're heroes. We came from the dust, we never gave up. Just look at us now, yeah, we're heroes. We won't ever give up now.
I thank you for allowing me to witness this heart and will and spirit that you will demonstrate during these games. Thank you for all your birthday greetings. Mabuhay ang Bicol University. Thank you.
Finally here, I see it so clear. We're up in the clouds like we're heroes. We came from the dust, we never gave up. Just look at us now, yeah.
Tandaan po natin, gaining friends and experience along is already a victory itself. May the force be with you all. Mabuhay ang Bicol University. Mabuhay ang BU Wenyos.
Kapag naalala, wala naman akong magawa. Umuwi ka na, baby. Ako sanay na wala ka. Mahirap ang mag-isa. At sa gabi na hanap kita. Hanggang kailan ako maghihintay na makasama ka. Muli sa buhay ko, puno ng paghihirap. At laging ikaw lang ang umapawi sa mga luha. Naglalagay ng ngiti sa mga labi.